Good evening. This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and on YouTube. Mayor Douglas is going to be joining us, but in his absence, I am presiding officer. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *. All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. So I will now call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call roll.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Hortiola.
Present.
Councilmember Teeter.
Present.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Councilmember Young.
Present.
Mayor Douglas.
Present.
And Councilmember Dukes.
Present.
Thank you all.
All right, please join me in a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Unknown caller.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we're moving on to the agenda. Do any council members wish to amend the agenda? All right, then, if I can have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as presented. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Thank you very much. The motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as presented, and I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem, we can do a voice vote for this while we're getting set up.
All righty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, thank you. We are moving on now to public comment. All public comment except for those on public hearings will occur now. Please direct all comments to the full city council and not to an individual council member. Personnel-related matters shall be directed through the appropriate chain of command. The council may direct the city manager to follow up with certain matters, or the city council may discuss during administrative council business. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Clerk Ruger, will you call on any virtual or in-person speakers, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have two people signed up virtual tonight. The first is Carlos Freire, and I will make him a panelist so he can address the council. Carlos, you are on our Zoom, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. See if it's on our end. Carlos, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
There you are. Yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to attend tonight to talk about the the intersection at 120th and Highway 85 and all the issues the accidents that we've been seeing. And seeing what the plan is to address those from a city standpoint. I know we're waiting on the Department of Transportation to come up with funding, but it seems to be getting worse and worse. And, in the past couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks, we've had 2 or 3 deaths. So I kind of wanted to bring that up to the council. And that's all I had.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking time to speak to us tonight.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, next on the list is Braden Hollowell, and I will promote him to a panelist. Braden, you'll have 3 minutes.
Excellent. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Excellent. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it. Council members, thank you for all that you guys do. I know some of you personally and look forward to getting to know the rest of you. I wanted to just take a minute tonight to speak about one of the sessions that you have planned for tonight, regarding the potential for sale and lease of land in Commerce City for new oil and gas. I understand that there's the potential for new well sites and potential fracking as well. And I want to start by saying I understand the economic impacts that can come from deals like this, and property taxes in particular, which can really support our schools, which are very clearly also in need of a lot of help right now. I also want to say, though, that I believe and feel strongly that there are a lot of other opportunities outside of oil and gas and fracking to improve economics in Commerce City and to bring additional income to our city without having to impact the health and well-being of our communities and our residents as well. It's critically important that we really consider the potential long-term negative effects to the health and well-being of our communities when considering this moving forward. The impacts, some of which are known and some of which are unknown, first and foremost being the impacts to our planet and global warming. Secondly, the pollution. We live in a community that is already so heavily and drastically impacted by pollution from Suncor, and it's really a hard time for a lot of people. We should be trying to improve on the way we are impacting our planet rather than adding to it. And rather than introducing additional pollution, additional trucks running through our neighborhoods and our streets and our roads, we should really be looking for opportunities to reduce our carbon footprint and reduce our impact on the health and well-being of our communities. Please keep us in mind. Please keep our health in mind when you speak of this and when you go through these negotiations. And if it becomes inevitable or permits do become approved, please at least keep us in mind at the point of discussing trucking routes and where trucks are going and monitoring of pollution and air quality, et cetera, at the very least.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hallowell. Mr. Ruger, are there in person? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That completes the virtual speakers, and we have 7 in-person speakers signed up, starting with Keith Rogers. He is signed up for 2 items, and I will consult with the city attorney to make sure I allocate the correct amount of time for him speaking on those 2 items.
So public comments are limited to 3 minutes total per city council's revision, the CP 20, I believe it is.
Perfect. Thank you. So, Mr. Rogers, you'll have 3 minutes for everything you want to say.
understand that you're moving some money around. Can I suggest that we move it to Colorado Boulevard so we quit getting flooded? It's an ongoing problem, has been for years. We've complained for years. We need to get it fixed. We also need to update our police department so they can start showing up for some calls again. ATVs racing up and down the streets all weekend. Cars racing up and down Colorado Boulevard and Albion and 68 all freaking weekend. Not a patrol car one to be seen. And I'm thinking from now on, if you're going to spend over $500,000, I think the citizens should be able to vote on this, on anything. Tired of all the money going to golf courses that most of us can't even afford to go to, just so you guys can hobnob up there and play golf. You know, that money should have been allocated to other areas, roads, sidewalks, drainage. This stuff needs to start getting taken care of. So let's see if we can put the money in the right place for a change and not waste it on things that really don't matter, that's not improving our city. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Mayor Pro Tem, next on the list is Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, City Council and City Management. I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. Keith was right. We're getting flooded out over there. There is an agreement on 68th to be redone on 68th. Albion was supposed to have been part of that. Well, guess what? It ain't happening. So now I'm asking for an investigation to be done legally to find out who dropped the ball on that, because in the beginning, 68th was the main culprit of flooding in my yard down to Keith's house and then part of 68th. But yet it's being done all the way down to the school, which I was told city was supposed to have been part of that, and I'm fixing it in the first place. Now I'm being told that that's not gonna happen. Agreements that was supposed to have made, well, it ain't happening. And I'm tired of being flooded out. I'm tired of my property being damaged. I'm tired of dealing with the police department and them saying, oh, we're gonna send somebody out there. We're gonna try to get somebody to come out and kind of watch the area because the semis are coming back through, the asphalt, the concrete of all hours of the day and the night. That's not happening neither. What are we paying our taxes for? That's what I wanna know. What are we paying our taxes for? Because I'll tell you what, when it comes to shootings, it takes them forever to get there. When it takes it for them racing up and down the streets with the vehicles and with the ATVs and the motorbikes and everything else, they don't even show up at all half the time. So I want to know why we're paying all our taxes. We're paying our taxes for road work and everything else, and nothing's getting done. Oh, except for up north. Sorry, guys, because I know the majority of you live up there. I understand, and I get that. And one thing I can say, as I was just up there seeing my sister, because my sister lives up there yesterday, I cannot believe, and I'm totally shocked. I'm surprised the fire department hasn't flipped their lid, because all the way down Highway 2, you guys have that barrier. How in the God's creation is the fire department or ambulance or anybody else going to be able to go up there if there's a bad accident, get up there, turn around and come all the way back to either side? Somebody could be dead by then. So whoever had their head in the sand on that mess really needs to rethink about it, because there's no way in God's creation the police department or the fire department would be able to save anyone. And I'm sure you've all seen it because you all live up there. Highway 2 is a mess. Just as bad as Colorado, Brighton Boulevard, and 68th and Albion. So I'm asking for an investigation on this to find out why the ball was dropped. I don't want to have to be blocking that road myself, and I will.
Thank you, Mrs. Valdez.
Mayor Pro Tem, next on the list is Holly Haycraft.
Good evening. I'm Holly Haycraft. I'm a resident in the Second Creek subdivision. I currently live on Telluride Court, which backs up to Telluride Street on the east side. Telluride Street is the main thoroughfare through Second Creek as it connects 96th Avenue to 88th Avenue, which runs into Tower Road. Along Telluride Street, there is one stop sign and a set of speed bumps located at 88th Avenue in front of Capstone Academy, which means there's nearly 1 mile where there is nothing to slow traffic. Having lived there since February, I have witnessed numerous cars speeding down Telluride Street. The speed limit is currently 35 miles per hour, which is too fast in my opinion, but many cars are driving much faster than this. This creates excessive noise and poses a danger to people attempting to cross Telluride Street. In order to access the Calu Park along 96th Avenue or the trail around the Rocky Mountain Arsenal for my neighborhood, you must cross Telluride Street. Every intersection has designated crosswalks with signs. However, most drivers do not pay attention to the crosswalk signs to see if any pedestrians are there waiting to cross. With nothing to slow them down, they simply keep driving and fail to stop for pedestrians who are in the crosswalks. I like to go on walks and bike rides, which means I have to cross Telluride Street. Multiple times I've been waiting at the designated crosswalks to cross, but cars continue speeding down Telluride Street with no attention to crosswalks. With the opening of Rocky Vista High School in the fall of 2027, more children will need to cross Telluride Street to get to the high school. In addition, the new city park that is being built by Capstone Academy will require children to cross Telluride Street so they can enjoy the park. The way Telluride Street is currently set up does not allow a safe place for children to cross because vehicles are going too fast and there is nothing to slow them down. We need to slow traffic down so a child or adult does not get hit by a vehicle. I would like to see speed bumps installed between each longer block to slow vehicles. A stop sign somewhere between 96th Avenue and 80th Avenue would increase safety so children and adults have a place to cross where cars must stop. Another thing that would help is to have the crosswalks upgraded so there are signs on both sides of the street with flashing lights that can be engaged when people want to cross Telluride Street. I would encourage the city to sit along Telluride Street for a few hours, especially in the morning, later afternoon, and evening, to observe how fast cars are going. Our children's lives are important, and we need to ensure we are keeping them safe so they can access parks and schools without the fear of being hit by a vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haycraft.
Mayor Pro Tem, next on the list is Michelle Sessions.
Good evening, council members. As a recent graduate of the Civil Academy and the Adult Commissioner of the Youth Commission, I want to begin by addressing the presentation that you received last month. While it was positive, it did not fully reflect how the Youth Commission actually functions. The day-to-day reality is different, and I believe it's important for council to have an accurate picture. First, there's a structural imbalance in how the commission operates. Right now, staff holds the most influence. This is simply the result of not having clear roles or processes that ensure youth choices lead the work. Without that balance, youth naturally follow staff guidance instead of developing their own leadership. Second, we need to restore a sturdy youth-led framework. Youth are participating, but they are not directing the work. Their ideas don't consistently move forward, and there's no clear process that ensures youth priorities shape decisions. A youth commission should be driven by youth voices, not staff direction. Third, consistent council presence would make meaningful differences. When council members attend regularly, it reinforces accountability, transparency, and the value of youth participation. It also gives council a direct understanding of how the commission is functioning and where improvements may be needed. I'm asking council to restore restore true youth leadership, and ensure the structure reflects the purpose of this commission. Our young people deserve a body that genuinely represents their voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sessions.
Mayor Pro Tem, next we have Nate Harris.
Nate Harris, Ward 4, back once again, disappointed once again by not only the fact that the council hasn't reversed its bad decision and mistake from April about the flock cameras, but the fact that it seems to be doubling down on its terrible leadership about that. Craig, last week you were inviting flock representatives into town to pitch their lies to the constituents. That's extremely inappropriate. That just is a perfect example of what I said a couple weeks ago, how you guys will try to back up and prove that your mistake wasn't a mistake and spread propaganda and lies to convince people about your, to spin the public narrative about your bad
Mr. Harris, Mr.
Yes.
Harris, I appreciate your, could you stop the clock for just a minute? I appreciate your passion, but could you please direct your comments to the entire council?
Yes, that is the end of my focus towards
All right, thank you.
Craig. All right, well, I mean, I would expect maybe the same stunt to be pulled by other members of council, where they'll try to convince members of this community, such as the Hispanic community, that this spy system is good for them, despite the fact that that minority group is horrendously over-policed and racially profiled anyway. The individuals sitting up here and the individuals sitting beside me seem to be making hasty and reckless decisions to waste millions of dollars to speedrun implementing an illegal government surveillance system, a system that is provably capable of doing more than just taking pictures of license plates, a system that falsely accuses individuals of committing wrongdoing, a system that violates the Fourth Amendment by circumventing warrant requirements, a system that suppresses free speech and expression in the public sphere, a system that tracks and stalks every single individual that happens to drive, bike, or walk down any public street in the city. 220,000 cars have been identified by this system in the last 30 days in a city of only 70,000 people. You're violating the rights of not just everybody in this community, but probably every single person that's heading to and from the airport, or every single person that wants to go see the bison in the arsenal. And the question is, when the citizens of this community overwhelmingly overturn your decision and try to set things right, when Commerce City joins the growing list of cities and towns across the country rejecting this technology, how will you respond? Will we become like Dayton, Ohio, where they're putting literal trash bags over their cameras because nobody knows what it's like to end a contract with Flock? Or are you guys going to be like the council member in Texas who couldn't handle not getting his way and instead proposed banning cell phones as well as some kind of grand gesture? And that's what it's all about, right? It's about getting your way. I'd like to hope that all of you members of council would use your upcoming community events to actually listen to the valid concerns of the people who put you in those chairs, but I know better to expect such humility and integrity from those who are lining their pockets from lobbyists rather than actually representing the will of the people. And so it falls to us, the communities of the members of the community, to be the stewards of democracy and advocate for a just future in Commerce City. I urge all citizens in this city to make your voices heard, support the ballot initiative to give the choice on this matter back to the people and to take back our livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Mayor Pro Tem, next we have Damon Scordo.
Friends, neighbors, Democrats, Republicans, and independents across District 32. My name is Damon Scordo, and I'm the House representative right here in District 32. Now, as some of you know, I spend my days working with heavy machinery, which means I'm used to dealing with things that are slow-moving, occasionally get stuck in the mud, and make a whole lot of noise. So I figured I'm perfectly qualified to go to the state capitol. But all seriousness, we're less than 30 days away from the primary, which is on June 30th, and the stakes couldn't be higher. When my wife, Judy, and I look around our community right here in Commerce City, we see the very best of Colorado, but we also see families, businesses, and voters across the political spectrum being squeezed to the breaking point. Right now, the cost of living isn't just creeping up, it's sprinting ahead of our paychecks. In my line of work, commercial finance and heavy equipment, I help job creators secure the trucks and assets they need to keep the economy moving. And I talk to those folks every single day who are struggling. The margins are tighter, the cost of doing business is through the roof, and we all know it's hitting our kitchen tables just as hard. We feel it in our grocery bills, our property taxes, and our housing costs. We cannot fix this affordability crisis by sending the same career politicians back to the state capitol. We need practical, grounded solutions that bridge the partisan divide. We need a businessman who knows how to balance the ledger, cut the red tape, and champion policies that bring good-paying jobs back to the district. So for anyone here, anyone listening, my name is Damon Scordo. If you don't know me, reach out. I want to represent the people and be a voice of the people. I'm new to Colorado, been here for the last 3 years, but what I see up here, I like. You guys are constantly improving. I do like that. I've been listening to the people in the community. So when I'm representing House District 32, my commitment is to listen to the people and do the will of the people. So remember, our government is designed for the participation of the people. So on June 30th, make sure you vote. I would say you'll start to see the mail-in ballots in the next couple weeks. Fill them out, get out there and vote. House District 32, Damon Scordo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scordo.
Mayor Pro Tem, last on our list is Renee Bullock.
No comment. Thank you.
Then that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline. If follow-up is necessary on any of your comments, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. We're now moving to public hearings. Tonight's first public hearing is case number V, as in Victor, 25-0002. Only, I just want to make a reminder for the City Council, only ask questions and gather facts. Do not express opinions or indicate how you will vote during the public hearing. You're not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I'll now invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has shown an inability to be fair and impartial. Additionally, real quick, Mayor Pro Tem, you have two matters before you this evening, and we have two different land development codes that we currently are functioning under. This land use matter is under the old LDC, which is in your blue binder, and the applicable approval criteria is in tab 10. Thanks.
Thank you, city attorney. Had the application come in before the changes were made?
Thank you, ma'am. Just having a brief chat with the city attorney, and no, it was not due to the application being submitted before the change of our, or not the change, but the adoption of our 2025 Land Development Code. It is associated with the existing approvals that are in place, which is the PUD that is subject to the 2010 Land Development Code. So we had to evaluate it against such.
Thank you very much. I'll now open the public hearing. Per Council Policy CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for their presentations. And first, I invite the applicant to present.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Carlson with Carlson Associates. I'm one of the owners of the Buckley Crossing project, which is the broader project that's a part of this agenda item tonight. Really, we're not really here to talk about that. We are working through the city and towards our final development plans. But for this application, it's really just a vacation of the old Buckley Road right-of-way going up the far west side of the Buckley Crossing development. That is going to be circumvented now by the new High Plains Parkway. That'll go from 120th to 112th. But, just as a matter of course of business, we need to do the vacation first. So I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any council members have questions for the applicant? All righty, so I will invite Dalton Guerra, Senior Planner, to present. Mr. Guerra.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Dalton Guerra, Senior Planner with the Commerce City Planning Division. Before you tonight is a vacation of right-of-way request. It's approximately 2,900 feet in length and 3.9 acres in total size. There is a corresponding subdivision plat being reviewed as well. That red rectangle being clouded is the approximate area of the alignment of Buckley Road that's being requested to be vacated. And as the applicant mentioned earlier, this is part of a larger development that is under review still called Buckley Crossing. And that white road that is curving through the middle of the page is called High Plains Parkway. That would be a future roadway improvement developed as this development progresses. Currently, however, it is all vacant at this time. There are existing neighborhoods to the west that are within Adams County, but they do get their access internally from that neighborhood, so they do not get their primary access from this portion of Buckley Road. And as mentioned previously, the objective here is that High Plains Parkway is the main north-south street for this area for traffic flows. There's also no alignment for Buckley Road south of 112th, so there would be nowhere for Buckley Road to continue south. And if there are any necessary easements needed for access or utilities, that would be conveyed in the corresponding plat that was mentioned earlier in the presentation. Staff has received a handful, more than 3 at this point since April 21st, of requests from the public just for more information. No stances in opposition or in support for the request, just looking for more information and looking for the packet materials to understand what's occurring here. So the vacation of this Buckley Road essentially gives the property owner a little more land to develop. I believe it will be part of a tract that's adjacent to those homes to the west, so it'll allow for a little more buffer space. And as mentioned previously, there's no connections to the south. There's no need for this area for connections to other properties for the primary access, and High Plains Parkway again being that main north-south connection. On April 7th, 2026, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval. And the approval criteria have been analyzed in the staff report, but I am more than happy to analyze those even further upon request. And as the city manager and city attorney mentioned earlier, this was reviewed under the 2009 Land Development Code. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any council members have questions for staff? All right, seeing none, the public now is invited to provide testimony. City Clerk Ruger, has anyone from the public signed up to testify?
Mayor Pro Tem, we have no one signed up tonight.
All righty. So, does the applicant wish to use any of the remaining time for rebuttal? No? All righty. I'll now close the public hearing and open the floor for council discussion. Does anyone have any comments on this item? All right, it seems fairly straightforward. Therefore, I am looking for a motion. I need a motion and a second to adopt V25-0002. Councilmember Teeter?
I move to adopt V25-0002.
Councilmember Kim?
Councilor seated.
Thank you.
Second that.
All right, is there any debate? All right, seeing none, I will ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
All right. Ordinance number V 25-0002, an ordinance vacating a portion of Buckley Road between East 112th Avenue and East 120th Avenue, Commerce City, Colorado. I will open the vote. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And Councilmember Dukes?
Yes.
Thank you. That should display. There we go.
Okay, it's actually unanimous. All 9 people voted yes.
It is. We will mark that in the record, and we have the voice vote documented for the record and the minutes.
All righty, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. All right. Tonight's second public hearing is on case number Z25-0006. All right, I will remind the council of the following. Only ask questions and gather facts. Do not express opinions or indicate how you will vote during the public hearing. You're not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision, and rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I will invite the city attorney to address council.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has shown an inability to be fair and impartial. As I stated earlier, this matter is applying the new Land Development Code, which tabs, the applicable tabs are both tab 2 and tab 5.
Thank you very much. The public hearing is now open. Per Council Policy CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for their presentations. I will invite the applicant to present now.
Thank you, Council, for having me. My name is Ryan Good with Good Investment Partners. We made the investment to buy 8025 Pontiac about 12 months ago, and made a nice investment in the area. The long-term plan for that area, I believe, is to have heavy industrial zoning, which is I2 zoning. It matches all the neighboring properties, and I think it's a great fit and be great for Commerce City in the long term. That's all I have.
Do any council members have a question? I actually have a question. What is the reason that you want heavier industry on your property?
It creates more optionality for the tenant base and multiple businesses that are looking for that property. All the surrounding properties, the neighboring property to the north, neighboring property to the west, all are I2 zoned land, and we believe this will allow for more tenants and businesses to join that community and invest in that area.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? No? All righty. I'll invite Allison Olson, Planner 1, to present.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Allison Olson. I'm a Planner 1 with the City of Commerce City Planning Division. This is a request for a zoning map amendment from I1 to I2 medium intensity industrial for the property located at 8025 Pontiac Street. This property generally located at East 80th Avenue and Pontiac Street on a 2.4 acre lot. There are no other concurrent cases, but there is a minor site development plan to follow. As a brief look at the current zoning conditions, in the hatched is the subject property with I-2 to the north, I-1 to the west, and surrounding unincorporated Adams County properties. A brief look at the site history. The property was annexed into Commerce City in 1985, receiving agricultural zoning as a holding zone. In 1994, the subject property was a part of a multi-property rezoning from agricultural to I-2 medium intensity industrial. At the request of council, the zoning request was modified to rezone 3 neighboring properties to the north to I-2 and give the subject property I-1 zoning to provide a more gradual zoning off of East 80th Avenue. But since that zoning decision in 1994, the city has adopted the Irondale sub-area plan that outlines the properties along East 80th Avenue for commercial, with the properties just north for general industrial, including I-2. Since the development of this site in 2000, the property has been used as an industrial warehouse and intends to continue following the proposed rezoning. This is a look at the sub-area plan for Irondale with the red outlining commercial development, with all of the property being general industrial, including I-1 and I-2 zonings to allow for a broad variety of industrial uses. This is a look at the current conditions of the site, with the photo 1 being a view of the existing warehouse building, in 2 and 3 being views of the lot that would be potentially used for outdoor storage. Look at the project analysis. Developed industrial properties are surrounding the subject property with unincorporated Adams County properties, and it is located within the Irondale sub-area plan. This is a look at the character area map in the Commerce City Comprehensive Plan. The property is located within the Irondale Fusion District that supports general industrial development. There was a neighborhood meeting held on March 4th, 2026 at the property, and there were no members of the public in attendance. As of June 1st, staff has not received any public written comment. This is a brief look at the approval criteria that's outlined in my staff report, but I'm happy to go into any of it further. And staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. What was the Planning Commission vote?
Oh, it looks like that slide didn't pull through, but the Planning Commission vote was 5-0 with a recommendation for approval.
Any conditions at all?
No.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Any comments, questions from the council? All right then, thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
So now we move to rebuttal. Would you like to use any of your remaining time for rebuttal, Mr. Good? Nope, alrighty. I will now close the public hearing and open the floor for council discussion. Does anyone have comments to make or questions or?
Mayor Pro Tem, just wanted to mention there are no one side.
Oh, I skipped that part.
No, no worries. Just wanted to mention that for the record.
Okay, well, that worked out well. Thank you. All righty. No comments from anyone on the council, so I need a motion and a second to adopt Z25-0006. Councilmember Sandoval?
I'm motion to approve ordinance Z25-0006 to rezone the property at 8025 Pontiac Street from I-1 to I-2.
And Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
We actually ended up with everybody on the list this time, but it was chronological. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the motion on the floor is to approve Z25-0006. Is there any debate? All righty. I will ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ordinance Z25-0006, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 8025 Pontiac Street from I-1 Light Intensity Industrial District to I-2 Medium Intensity Industrial District. And the vote is now open. Should pop up. Oh. Councilmember Dukes, how do you vote? Sorry. I apologize.
Yay.
We can change that. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, then I don't need to change the vote. We are
Okay,
correct. It's a
that
unanimous
worked out
vote.
well. Thank you. Thank you, City Clerk Kruger. All right, thank you very much. All right, we move on now to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, or non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 9 items on the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove an item? All right, seeing none, I need a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda as presented. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Young?
I second.
Will the clerk read the titles? Oh, yeah, and take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. NCB 26-031, a sponsorship request for the Pennock Center for Counseling nonprofit organization. Ordinance 2769, an ordinance closing and eliminating Fund 700 special improvement districts and transferring the remaining funds in the amount of $88,752.13 into the general fund, Fund 010. Ordinance 2770, an ordinance amending Ordinance 1291, which established the Commerce City Solid Waste Management Disposal Enterprise and its related funds to comply with current accounting standards. Ordinance 2771, an ordinance amending the 2026 budget of the City of Commerce Cities by reappropriating remaining American Rescue Plan Act donations, Metro Football Stadium District Share, CCBSD use tax and grants funding balances in the general fund, CCBSD use tax fund, police donations fund, grant fund, and the capital expenditures fund, and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2026-076, a resolution authorizing award of an agreement to Roadflex for fuel card services. Resolution 2026-077, a resolution authorizing a third amendment to an agreement for professional services with Alfred Bench and Company for engineering, right-of-way acquisition, and construction management services. Resolution 2026-078, a resolution authorizing a second amendment to agreement for professional services with Matrix Design Group, Inc. for the design documents for the reconstruction of East 56th Avenue. Resolution 2026-079, a resolution approving a records information management policy. Resolution 2026-083, a resolution authorizing the amendment of the master services agreement with Keeson Landscapes Management, Inc. And the vote is, well, I'll admit that Austin. The vote is now open. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Councilmember Dukes?
Yes.
Thank you. There we go.
All right, the vote is unanimous. We move on to administrative council business. Do any council members have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance or responsive to public comment? Nope. All righty, I do. Mr. Rogers, Could you clarify for me what is happening with the Colorado drainage issue? Because I could certainly understand when people have, their life savings in a home and the fear of losing that home if it's flooded out or something. Is there something that we as a city council need to do and haven't done?
No, ma'am. At this time and moment, there is not. From my perspective, and city attorney can opine as well, if I misspeak here, but currently the city has undertaken a drainage analysis and study along that corridor, as well as Colorado, presumptively around the existing improvements that have been constructed, to see if there's anything that has been missing, and or with this new drainage study that's being conducted for 68, if there is something that by way of the city's improvements along the corridor or with improvements along the corridor, we will need to address or have to address to mitigate back to historic flows. That has not been fully determined yet by my staff. I do not have an update on when we will have that determination, but as we have and will continue to openly share that information with our community members. As it pertains to, that is with both 68th and Colorado. I will share, we have shared with the community over in Adams Heights that we have been awarded certain funds that will help to facilitate the design of Colorado between 68th and 60th Avenue, or really Brighton Road. We have a general estimate of what the construction cost of that is, but we have to get through the design process first so that we can bid that out to understand what we would then have to seek an appropriation from the council, or to re-engage our partners at the county for a potential funding source in regards to that matter. We are awaiting those funds from the county so that we can begin that design process. So we have two efforts that are currently underway. We have a drainage study, high level, that will be able to inform what needs to be conducted. But at this point in time, as it stands, there is no formative action that the council can take at this stage that would be able to demonstrably change or address the situation until we have that data.
Okay, so it would be really wonderful if we would be able to get a timeline, some sort of timeline on something like this, so there would be something we can hang our hats on, if you will. And I also wanted to ask about Ms. Haycraft's comments about Telluride, and as I had mentioned to you, I had driven that as well to look for stop signs and so forth. And I think that something that came to mind also was that the new rules that are in place for safe streets in terms of a petition, that none of the homes on Telluride Street face the street. So if a petition would be required, who would be signing that petition?
So the specificity of how your house is oriented along that roadway or not, we are still applying the general standard that you are still adjacent to, that you can apply for that. I think, and I will just share this for council's awareness, you all, and for the community, you do have an email in the inbox around a couple of items that we are doing on Telluride. It was just delivered to your inbox, so you may not have seen it yet, ma'am. So I think what I can clarify for you is a couple of things that we're doing. We are looking at the installation of speed cushions on Telluride, particularly around the park. The limiting aspect of that is that we have to also, based on our previous analysis, the construction of said speed cushions could impede emergency response. So in general locations or strategically throughout that corridor, the application just isn't feasible, but we are having more targeted conversations with our partners. We're also looking at lane narrowing Telluride, which will serve by restriping and reducing the lane width. It will also create a speed managing situation for us to be able to control speeding and obviously make people more attentive. That's going to occur later this fall, and that's based on current workload rate as well as capacity of our staff. And then obviously we are analyzing stop signs. These aspects are ones that we have received routinely from individuals or from groups that we have looked at in the past. That has been our response in the past. Once again, different groups of individuals are reaching out, so they may not holistically be getting that information around Telluride. So we are providing that information to those individuals as that comes in. So if you are adjacent to within the neighborhood and you're working with the HOA and outlined in our practices, we're not turning anyone, I think simply put, we're not turning anyone away at the door if they're submitting a petition, especially around a collector roadway and how we are looking at certain improvements that can be done.
Does anyone else have administrative council business?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have Councilmember Dukes with his hand up.
Alrighty, thank you. And I do have a follow-up question for you, but my time ran out. So,
Thank you, Mayor.
someone just
Pro Tem.
posted, has Mr. Dukes had his hand up a long time?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Councilmember Dukes?
Oh, no, that's okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And City Manager Rogers, thank you for giving the explanation around Telluride. And what I'm hearing you say is that there is process in the works, and having the safe streets and traffic calming is an avenue for our residents to go through, right? Is that correct?
Yes, and they have.
And they have. And the other thing I hear you say is that it is a process, and I know we have to meet the standards set forth by the city. Is that correct? So this question.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yes, we have to meet the standards set forth by the city, but also by our partners that also have to leverage our infrastructure for their own purpose and means. So there is a balancing act with that as well.
And I do have a question about 68th and Colorado Boulevard. I was able to attend the open house, and they provided a great timeline of what's to be expected in that area. But a part of the conversation was the drainage as well on 68th and Colorado Boulevard. There is my understanding that there's mud that happens to fill up one of the drains. And so has there been a place where that's going to be cleaned out?
Yes, I don't have an update as to whether or not this batch of inlets. So when we do our storm drains, and this is just general, we work through systematically all of the storm drains that we have through our city to clean them out. I can't say when this was scheduled to be cleaned up, but I know coming out of that open house that was raised and that was shared with Public Works staff, and they were looking into it. Like I said, and I think that kind of goes back to, well, one, are we not just cleaning out the inlet, but, based on the approved plans of the construction that occurred between 68th and 70th, are we missing an inlet, or is there the need for an additional inlet based on this additional drainage study that we're doing in today's world? So that's all that we're working on right now, both short-term and long-term. Cleaning, but also identifying whether or not another one needs to be installed.
Thank you for the explanation. While I understand the long-term, looking at the installation of a drain, I wonder if short-term, if there's anything we can do as council to bump that up, the cleaning of the 68th and Colorado Boulevard drain, storm drain. Again, as I walked by there several times and even, visited some residents with Keith, I noticed how it's full of mud. And the way the design is coming off of Colorado Boulevard, there's no way for the water to be let out. And so I'm curious if there's anything we can do as a council to bump that up.
You can obviously give policy direction with respect to managing stormwater within that area. It still ultimately then comes down to operationally, what do we have available in the capacity and the equipment and the resources in order to be able to do that. So, yeah.
Oh, I appreciate it. So having the resources, and I guess the other part of that is there a way you can communicate to our community for that specific drain where it's at to be cleaned, so that we have some assurance or understanding when it's on the list? Or is that something you don't know yet?
I can't commit to that until I have a conversation with my staff, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I see Mayor Douglas's hand up. However, Councilmember Trujillo wishes to speak first. I mean, she doesn't wish to do it first. She was ahead of you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, just wanted to thank City Manager Rogers and staff for catching Ms. Hayward at the end of public comment to talk about Telluride Street and Second Creek. I know we are all concerned about that, so thank you very much.
Mayor Douglas?
Yeah, sorry, I'm still navigating here. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. City Manager Rogers, thank you for going over what's happening over on 68th in Colorado area. Those drains, I've been over there several times, and the problem with the drainage, the inlet, they're just too small. So, you know, when Sutton and all that gets in there, yes, they come out and clean it out, and you know, takes a while. And I think, you know, I thought that was addressed and that was on the list to actually improve. And to hear that it has been removed, I will patiently wait to find out after analysis is done to see if that is still on the books, to make sure that that inlet is not only, you know, cleaning, but just making the overall, I would say, improvement, so we don't have to worry about going out and sucking the mud out, things like that. So it drains well. That's the biggest problem. It doesn't drain well at all. So I will patiently wait on that, and I do appreciate the resident came forward to speak about Telluride, the area being a mile long. We have had a lot of emails and calls about speeding. So because, you know, during construction, that Telluride is highly used to avoid the intersection of 96 and Tower. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to wrap back because I had a follow-up question on Telluride, which was that Ms. Haycraft asked also about stop signs, which I had brought up with you as well. She was informed, as have many people in the area, about the lane narrowing that is going to take place, but it's that 1 mile stretch where people need to cross streets, and I'm interested in knowing what the feeling is about stop signs in particular, whether one or more to act as crossing or slowing traffic.
I can't say, I appreciate the question. I can't opine without having the data and the analysis, because as we do, we conduct an analysis for any application of a traffic calming or a speed mechanism, and associated with that, there's data and there's information that communicates to us what we can share and help educate and edify the community. So one stop sign in this portion of the city is not in the same sense, under the same conditions and or variables analytically that we have to assess. Width of street, visibility of street at intersections, lighting, all of that comes into play per se. So I don't feel comfortable opining generally around stop signs and the philosophical viewpoint of it, outside of, yes, they are there to help mitigate the particular conflicts, either pedestrian to vehicular, vehicular to vehicular, and the like, and to do so in a manner, in a sense, that provides all those who are relying upon it to have it in a standardized and deployed format. So I think I may have, if it was not clear in my opening comments about what's been shared with the council, is as part of our analysis, we have begun and we'll be able to hopefully conclude this week an analysis on where stop signs, if applicable, can, or not applicable, if warranted, can be provided along the roadway, along with other aspects as we continue to work through. So more to come, particularly on Telluride.
Okay, great. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much. Councilmember Trujillo, I think you're back, right?
Yep. Yes,
Alrighty.
thank you. I tried a couple of times, but.
I thought I wasn't turning it off. Thank you.
So City Manager Rogers, circling back to the 68th Avenue project, I've heard a couple of comments around the change in scope of the project. Can you give some clarification on that a little bit, please?
So yes, absolutely. So want to be abundantly clear that what we're talking about are two different projects. The Colorado and Colorado widening or reconstruction project that we are awaiting funds to build would be the continuation of what was already constructed from 74 to 72nd, 72nd to 70th, and 70th to 68th. This would be that down to Brighton Road. As part of that, right, there will be a consideration of drainage, stormwater, curb, gutter. Obviously, the reconstruction of new asphalt. We'll have a better sense with respect to that. While we were working on the 68th project, we were able to do a high-level assessment. I've just gotten some new information, so I can share this as well, about looking at the existing infrastructure that is in between 68th and 70th on Colorado. I have received images and I've had conversations with a number of different council members around that northeast corner of that intersection as you're turning to head eastbound on 68th Avenue towards Alsop. At that, it appeared that there was some buildup of silt, and what we were going to be looking at that as part of that, and still are, was that slope of the curb. So is the curb slope to where it's causing water to overtip and go into our sidewalk? As part of the plans for that, there was only one inlet. There wasn't a further inlet into that curb radii. So when we were looking at the 68th and 68th stretch and the new drainage report for that, we were going to see as whether or not there needed to be a additional drain at that intersection. The new report that we have just received does not call for a drain at that location. So the new drainage report that we have, based on flows, based on the additional infrastructure and the improvements that we have, is not calling for an inlet to be placed. Now, what that now means is that we can still have some follow-on conversations with WSB, who is our contractor, who is our extension of staff in the application of that design, to make recommendations, which could also include drainage. So even though the report is saying one's not validated or warranted based on the historic flows, doesn't necessarily mean that we're not gonna have that conversation as we think about other improvements as we're designing the 68th Avenue project to its completion, that it may then change the discussion that may warrant additional infrastructure to mitigate it back down to historic flows.
Yep. Thank you very much for that clarification. So it sounds like we can still address some potential solutions then.
Once again, with what we do newly constructed or with what to newly construct, what are the impacts and how do we mitigate those? And that may also be looking at additional drainage
Great.
improvements to assist.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, and again, my apologies. I just thought I hadn't turned off the screen, so.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Pardon me? Oh, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem, my hand was raised. Sorry, maybe I
Mayor
didn't see it.
Douglas, sorry
It's okay.
about that.
Oh, you're fine. Thank you. City Manager Rogers, just want to clarify that It's Albion, and 68th is what I was talking about, the inlet of the drains on both sides of the street, just south of 68th on Albion. As you heard from both public speakers.
I appreciate that, Mayor. I can honestly say that our staff was not involved in those discussions around Albion and 68th. And when I say our staff, I mean our direct staff. So if there was communications that were held outside of our participation, that's something I need to better understand and look into with my team. But I can say that that has not been an item that has been discussed internally. So I'm receiving additional information and context that I think warrants a conversation with me and my team, as well as with our consultants to understand what conversations were undertaken.
Okay. Yes, those conversations were with the WSB as they were, like you had said before, the extension of the outside council to your operation and staff. So that's where the information came from. So thank you.
All righty. Anyone else? No. Okay. Then we're going to be moving into executive session now. There are two different items that we will be discussing. We're going to take a vote on each of them. So I will read each of them and we'll do a separate vote, but we will take care of both of them when we leave. I need a motion and a second to enter into an executive session, excuse me, pursuant to CRS, I got it. Oh, my apologies. To enter into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-4024E for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategies for negotiations, and instructing negotiators concerning the potential lease or sale of the city's mineral rights, and pursuant to CRS section 24-6-4024B for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding the same. Is there any discussion? All right, Councilmember Trujillo.
Oh, I was just going to move to enter into, yep, so moved.
And Councilmember Sandoval.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to enter into an executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-4024E for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategies for negotiations, and instructing negotiations concerning the potential lease or sale of the city's mineral rights, and pursuant to CRS section 24-6-4024B for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding the same. Will the clerk please take a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The vote is open. And I will ask Mayor Douglas for your vote.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Dukes.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And Councilmember Teeter. Oh, he's absent.
The vote is 8-0 with one absence. Our second item for executive session, or second executive session technically, I also need a motion and a second to enter into an executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-4024F1 for the purpose of discussion of personnel matters, specifically discussion of the annual performance evaluation of the municipal court judge. Councilmember Trujillo?
So moved.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, the motion on the floor is to enter into an executive session pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-4024F1 for the purpose of discussion of personnel matters, specifically discussion of the annual performance evaluation of the municipal court judge. Will the clerk please take a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The vote is open. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Dukes?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Sandoval, your vote's not registering. Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, we'll now enter, oh, sorry, the vote's not up. All right, it is unanimous. Thank you very much. We're now going to enter into executive session. Council will return following the executive sessions, which are estimated to last approximately an hour and 15 minutes. It is currently 7:16. That should bring us back at around 8:30 or later. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We have now returned from the executive session. Is the slide? There we are. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Resolution 2026082, a resolution approving agreement for appointment of municipal court judge. Do any council members have questions? Councilmember Trujillo?
Procedural question. It's 10:03. Do we need to move to extend the meeting?
You certainly can if we have until 10:30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2026-082. Councilmember Sandoval?
No, mine is from a previous.
Okay, Councilmember Guardiola.
Motion to approve Resolution
All right.
2026-082.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Thank you very much. All right, is there any discussion? The motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2026-082. I will ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Resolution 2026-082, a resolution approving agreement for appointment of municipal court judge. And the vote is now open. And I will ask Mayor Douglas for your vote, please.
Yes.
Okay. And Councilmember Dukes.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The vote is 6 yeses and 3 noes. The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2026-082. All right, we're moving on now to reports, but I'll take Councilmember Trujillo up on her offer. Let's see, we could just extend it by, say, 15 minutes to 10:45? All right, never mind. We'll come back to it later. I have adjusted the order and, Councilmember Guardiola?
No, I was ready for reports.
All righty, good. I am starting with the city council members for reports. Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just want to give a huge shout out to the staff for the Memorial Day Parade. Great job. That event is huge, right? And it's just a great event. We stayed, listened to the bands, vendors. There's tons of people. I think we had 85 entries. And again, it takes a lot for our staff to be out there all day pre-event. So kudos to our staff. Again, thank you. Couple other things that we didn't get to do reports before last council meeting because we ran out of time. Went to Kids in the Park at Monaco Park. That was another great event that brought our community together. The tables, the events for kids to go. They had all kinds of good stuff there. And then the 68th Avenue Town Hall, about 68th Avenue and Colorado Boulevard, I think went really well. We had a number of residents out there just to explain the process, and we heard from it today. Again, appreciate the staff, man. You guys are out all these events with us and help at educating our community on what we're doing. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we had the opportunity, a really fantastic, actually, opportunity to go to ICSC in Las Vegas. And my biggest takeaway was the buzz on the street is that people businesses, industry, all of the people that we met with, from hospitality to food and beverage concepts and grocery store concepts. They are very excited about the work that we're doing in Commerce City. They're very excited about our economic development strategy. And mostly they're really excited about our city council and the work that we're doing. And so it was a really positive experience. I really appreciated having an opportunity to speak to some of these industries and businesses, and really be able to just talk up our city, and that we have so much to offer, we have so much potential. And it was a fantastic a few days. And in addition, just getting a chance to know a couple of our economic development people. They are incredible human beings and incredibly knowledgeable. And we just had a great time getting to know each other. This past weekend, I had an opportunity to go to the Express Library community meeting, where we got to meet with other community members and kind of hear some of their hopes and dreams for the Express Library. It's a really fantastic concept for our community, and I think it's going to be a great place for families, for learning opportunities, for people to just go in and hang out and read books and have a quiet space. So I was very impressed with the staff at the library, who was really open and engaging and wanted, encouraged lots of feedback. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Gosh, did a lot in these last couple of weeks. Had a DEI commission meeting this last Wednesday. There's going to be some upcoming, our Juneteenth festivities coming up on the 19th. So very exciting time in the city for that celebration. Also attended a housing authority meeting last week as well. That went pretty well, and really just kind of talked about some of the housing, just priorities, and aligning more so with the city too. So very excited about that relationship going forward. And as Councilwoman Young mentioned, I had the opportunity of attending ICSC in Las Vegas with Councilwoman Young, along with some of our economic development staff. And overall, I just feel really good about where Commerce City is positioned coming out of this conference. I think we're being seen as a competitive market. We really got an opportunity to really highlight the city, to talk about Project Lightspeed and things that we are doing here, and just showing that we're an investment-ready city, and showing them that the kinds of businesses and concepts that we are really looking for. All of these things, of course, align with our economic development strategic plan and this council's strategic goals. So just really excited to see what's going to come out of that. So other than that, that's it. Thanks. Oh, one last thing, sorry. This coming Saturday, Council Member Guardiola and I will be having our meetup on the 6th at 10 a.m. at Greyhound Grounds. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
For the sake of time, the only thing I'm going to say is the fact that back on May 6th, I did meet with Oakwood Homes representatives to talk about the future of Reunion, of their build-out metro districts, just to make sure I understood it correctly. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, then I will go.
Mayor.
There you are, Charles. Sorry, Councilmember Dukes. Too much familiarity.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, just quick thank you. I just want to echo the parade comments. Memorial Day Parade, such a great experience for our community. I was able to go to Park Recs and Golf a couple weeks back, and just thank you for all the work with the Parks Rec and Golf team. And then the last is just I was able to meet with KSC and Victory Crossings with Councilmember Trujillo to talk about meeting with KSC, Cronky Sports Entertainment, to talk about Victory Crossings and what they have talked about for the future of the area. Looking forward to a partnership.
Mayor Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for those who attended the ICSC conference. I can tell you it's a lot to learn, a lot of things going on. So just, I've been meeting with constituents with our construction, different avenues, 120 chambers, just trying to get a schedule to see what's going on. Is our residency, there's completion. They can't understand why they can't turn right on 120 chambers going southbound. I did email developer in charge. He's going to get back with me, and they're making great progress. Just trying to see what the timeline is. Had a lot of people ask about 96 and Chambers, the shutdown and how they're going to maneuver to the neighborhood. 100, same thing at 96 in Tower. So if we can get more updates and better coordination so people actually can go to the site and see what's going on, because there's a lot of missing gaps of what the timeline is. And then kudos to our police department and staff, everyone who participates in a Memorial Day parade. That is a lot of work in progress. Myself and Councilmember Kim are on that committee, and that committee does a lot of work just preparing for the Memorial Day parade. It was a safe parade. The day was also beautiful too, and a lot of participants. So shout out to everyone who attended, and then also our Grand Marshal as well. And then I will be doing my Coffee with the Mayor this Saturday at 8:30 at Los Dos America. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Douglas. And I'd like to also commend the staff on Memorial Day. It's always a very moving experience, and also so amusing. It is just so small town, so traditional, that I just really get the biggest kick out of it. And the entries are enough to make you smile as you watch everyone go by. I think there were 80 entrants this time, so that was quite special. I attended a meeting put on by the Colorado Department of Health and the Environment, Public Health and the Environment, about Suncor. There was a report that was done by a consultant's team, so it was third party. They wanted it to be third party, with recommendations as to what Suncor can do going forward that would be beneficial. As you know, it has one of the worst ratings in the nation among refineries, so that would be very important to do. Our city council members have been meeting 2 by 2 with Suncor leadership, and tomorrow Mayor Douglas and I will meet with Suncor leadership as well. I also attended the Environmental Policy and Innovation Commission and we had a speaker from the Site-Specific Advisory Board who talked about the arsenal, gave the history of the arsenal. So it was really a fascinating meeting, really appreciated it. Attended the meeting for the Reunion Express Library at Stead School. That was really wonderful. As Councilmember Young said, a lot of people turned out. There's a lot of excitement. And I do want to remind people that Stead School has a wonderful community room that you can use for free. They are eager to host people. And finally, there is a senior resource fair on Saturday. So all the council members who are council members and the mayor who are meeting with the public, please stop by the senior resource fair at Eagle Point. It gets a big turnout. I have a table for the city council, and we have signage that includes organizational chart, points of interest, things like that. So it would be really nice. And I want to take a moment to thank our city manager's office administrator, I think that's the right title, Annette Peters, who's made arrangements to make sure that I have 3 easels and 3 signs and stuff to give away and all that kind of thing at last minute. So thank you very much, Annette. Really appreciate it. I think that covers it for me. So now, anybody else? Nope. All right, now we go to City Manager Rogers for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of updates for you all. The My C3 tool trailer program returns for 2026. That will be available starting now through the end of October, Monday through Friday between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. That is where our residents can reserve tools, an entire trailer free of charge. That will allow for them to transform or to manage their yard. As you all know, we have started our strategic plan refresh. We have our public engagement tools and city that is up and running for the community to be able to provide feedback. So I would encourage any and all who would like to participate in helping to shape the strategic vision and long-term future for our city to participate through that measure. Just really want to give a shout out to Public Works, just generally amongst all of our staff that are, putting hard work and effort in. I'd be remiss to say, we're lucky to have the ability to be under roof in between walls, particularly in a day where if you look at like downtown Denver or you look here, we had significant hailstorms. My staff's out there filling potholes. They did 75 potholes last week. They're getting ball fields ready for summer. They're getting parks ready for families. And they don't complain. They don't ask. They just do. So Public Works, if you're listening, shout out to you all for doing what you do. I respect it. Many props, kudos to you all. And then as far as PRG, Mommy and Me, they did their tea event back on May 2nd. Didn't get a chance to talk about that. We had about 93 attractants, moms and their children enjoying a lovely morning filled with the Kentucky Derby themed horse races, crafts, and tea party refreshments. And just on May 16th, we had 110 attendees at the Kids to Parks Day, which is our 16th year as a city celebrating that. And last but not least, PD continues to find creative ways to engage. And just this past weekend, they had Lemonade with the Law at both in the core city and the Northern Range, where it was well attended and well proffered, and we have photos and social media posts. Just once again, trying to engage and create that community engagement, community policing, to build confidence and trust in our police force for what they continue to do unasked by our community. That is my report for the night.
Thank you. City Attorney Zarzeki.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will be very quick. Just a reminder that next study session, we have Sam Light, the General Counsel from SURSA, giving his annual training to City Council. We will be highlighting a couple of things. One, sort of broadly municipal liability and the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, as well as social media liability implications and best practices. If you have any questions, let me know. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I want to mention that the head of the Site-Specific Advisory Board is named Sandra Jakewith, and the reason I'm going to mention her name is because she was raised in Commerce City. She's an attorney. She's been the chair for 40 years, and lots of old timers in Commerce City know her and her brother, who was a city council person. So I just wanted to make that point. Let's see, what else do we have here? Okay. Oops, I'm missing my last page. Oh, there we are. That looks like it. Did we want to do weekly reports? I mean, not weekly reports. Did we want to do the agendas? Were you planning to do that?
We can if time permitting. I believe we are sitting at 10:22.
We have 8 minutes.
All right, Mr. Ruger, if you do not mind pulling up the work schedule, sir. All right, for June 8th, we have 2 meetings. We are starting with the study session, which will ultimately then adjourn to the URA. As if with the URA, if we can scroll up just very quickly, you will be approving a set of minutes. There will be a discussion around the Derby Review Board discussion as it pertains to guidance and direction of how the bodies would like to move forward. There is a discussion on approving a professional services contract with CBRE to aid and to assist the URA with disposition and acquisition of property. We have property that is currently under the URA's control under Mile High Greyhound Park that would be able to benefit. And there are other potential future discussions that can be had around this in our other URA districts at an appropriate time. But this is established a contract to allow for us to do so. As part of our previous conversation around being able to get relevant updates as to where we stand on various activities and undertakings in our districts, we have also established what is called the Executive Director Report Out. Like I do for the city, I will do so for the URA. And that will be a standing item as we go forward for future meetings. Coming back to the June 8th meeting, you all get a wonderful hour-and-a-half meeting with Sam Light and the city attorney to go through SRSA training. Couldn't be happier for you all. As I've always appreciated those times that I get to hear from my colleague to my left. June 15th, regular meeting. What you have on the item or on the agenda before you for the 15th. Thank you. That's June 1st. June 15th. You have your annual update from the DEI Commission. We have a brief strategic plan update discussion for an hour's worth of time. On consent agenda, you have the National Minority Mental Health Awareness. You have Juneteenth. We will have our Juneteenth flag raising as we have done on an annual basis since the adoption of June 19th as a recognized holiday. You have Parks and Recreation Month. We will have a reader there. We will have an ability to negotiate a contract for printer management solutions. We have a resolution for determining eligibility for the Moreno Salas annexation. We also then have a resolution for air network sensors to be located on city property. That is both an IGA for us to do so. We then have a resolution granting authorizing a license agreement to Sand Creek Regional Greenway Partnership, affordable housing project to review establishing expedited review policy that is in compliance with state requirements. And then we have a resolution appointing members to boards and commission for most recent interviews that were conducted. We also then have an amendment for the 2026 budget to recognize grant funds that may have been received that from prior applications. And then we have PUDA, public hearing for a zone document. And then we have a resolution amending member roles and terms, all slated to be done by 10:10 p.m.
Okay, thank you. I have a question on 026-069. It says finding substantial compliance. Who is making that finding?
That would be staff, ma'am. So we make the recommendation whether or not the annexation has met the test to continue through the process of being annexed into the city. That is what it is called under state statute. is a determination of eligibility for such annexation.
These first readings remain awkward for me. All right, thank you very much. Okay, everybody, the meeting is adjourned.